Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, folks. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Etherline. Hey, Dozer and Kenny. Kenny, that is Toasty. Hey, Bill. Hey, Barry Robbins. Also, we have another CG, Willie Nelson, Phelps. Our folks. Hey, Cliff and Hasio Prince and Joy Monkey, Spectre and Steve, Raj and Jose. Our folks. Hey, Maurice. Hey, Martin. What? Oscar is doing his thing. Here, let's go here. That's better. That's a better intro. I'm looking forward to open sauce too. I am 1 week or less than a week. So, hey Mike, hey Tommy, hey Benson. So we're back on the Vertigo. So I should probably get camera set up over here. I've made some progress on cleaning things up, but not quite there yet. Working on it. But yeah, this is... Ooh, there we go. Yeah, we've got the tool head done last week. Hey Motocross, hey Wick Central, hey Stefan, hey Lord Getface. Yeah. So we're gonna dive into electronics today, I think. So tool head is done. Little filament cutter thing seems to be working. Looking pretty good. Yeah, I made some real good progress. Don't hit my keyboard, buddy. I made some good progress in the other garage. Let me bring up a picture. For a long time, I've been needing to expand my filament storage wall. So that's what I did yesterday. So I'd done all of this over here a while back. And then I had this big platform storage area that was occupying this space. So then I expanded those tracks there, every stud, every 16 inches. And I'll be able to have some flexible storage space there. That's over in the small garage. So, Friction, thanks for being a member. Hey, Cobra. Hey, Jigger Megafold. Came late for the first comments. Oh, you're here. We're good. Okay, let's do... Yep, that's what he wants. My fault. I've trained him. Hey, Neil. Hey, Andres. Training 300 cube parts. Awesome. Do you like that? Yes, he is spoiled. Good job. You know what you got to do. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Okay, you go to your spot now. Okay, we are on to the electronics backpack. Actually, we're not on to the electronics backpack. I take it back. We're on to camera and cable routing. Hey, Feta. On to camera and cable routing. Yeah, it's adorable. It is adorable. He's over there. Okay. We need things. Oh, we need weather stripping. We need the top sub panel. We need the camera. And the camera USB cable. Another LED stick. Fan. This is the first setup I've found that has an actual camera cooling fan, which is a good thing because these fans, their life is significantly reduced in a warm chamber. And this thing's right up top. So I got a bunch of cables, printed parts. We'll just get through. Let's look at the notes here before we go too far. Watch until 219 and see the wiring image below. Okay, so we dealt with this on the other LED sticks. That fan is a little loud. Is it controlled? Can we PWM it down? Hey, Caleb. So that is the only note, is making sure that we have the LED strip in there the correct way, and this shouldn't be too big of a deal. Hey, Daniel. So I think we'll just start watching, and I'll grab stuff as we need. I did a little bit of taking the stress marks off the ABS parts today before stream, so I shouldn't have to do that as much. Let's see where we're at and just kind of get to it. It plugs directly into the logo LED. Ah, fun. Okay, whatever. If it's too bad, we'll figure something out. Yeah. Let's go right into here. Okay, so we have a top sub panel. And what are we doing with that first? We're going to put a bunch of weather stripping on. It's like all the way through, all the way around it. Okay. I guess we'll just get straight to that. Oh, which one is it? That's this guy. Bring some tires and TPU air for your car. Comes out great. Can't believe it took me this long to try. What are you printing it on, Neil? What are you using to print it? What extruder? All that stuff. Hey, Ismail. Oh, okay. Sit down. Grab the foam tape. Oh. Is this one? Do I have some? Did I use up? Oh, no. Here it is. Let's use the stuff we already had open first. Okay, this is, I don't think I'm going to bother chamfering that like they did, because these are very rounded over corners, which is good. It's nice, but I'm just going to run it all the way to the end then, and just trim it with flush cutters around the edges. So I think that will be fine. Hey, Liz. Can't wait to have this thing printing as well. Woo! And it did get blocked, Neil. We didn't see anything. What did you say? What did you say? How dare you? Okay, let's see if I can. YouTube's system for messages and moderation is not great, because it doesn't show me anything. Okay, and we're just gonna trim that around the corners. LTX, build's going good. It's the Kramer. TPU tires were too hard, and the designer came out with TPU air tires. Oh yeah, the Kramer. I know that model. But what printer did you use to print the? What printer did you use to print the foaming TPU? Those look fantastic. If you're not a member of my Discord, the link is in the description. Neil has posted a picture of these tires. I've looked at that model. I've really been interested in building that just because it looks fun. Just gonna work our way around. Cut that around there. My rat rig uses the LGX light. Oh, that's a good call to try. I have the LGX light on my Mercury 1. That might be a good, once I get that thing back up and running. I can see that being a good extruder for that. Those turned out fantastic, though. We are close to approaching 2,000 people on the Discord. We got build logs going. I need to take a page from Taylor's book and do a cool prints channel. That's not a full project. It's just something cool that you've printed to show off. I like that idea. I mean, the whole point of the self-promotion and the build log and stuff is so we can see what other people are doing. Cool stuff that people are doing. Never fails you, just... Yeah, nice. Hey, John. That TPU air is fun stuff. I used the Soraya Tech stuff. They sent me a roll. Okay, this one is going to be a little interesting. I think I'm actually going to go this way and do this one first. That way I have an endpoint here. So I'm going to set this on here. Set it down. This is going to go there, which means I'm going to set that one down there. Actually, a little too far. Delivery date disappeared, replaced with actively working to get you. Oh no! Let me guess, FedEx? My Core 1 Founders Edition index kit finally got a delivery date. It says it'll be here Monday, but I would bet money that that is not going to happen. UPS. Mine's shipping, my Founders Edition kit is shipping FedEx. And I am less than a fan of FedEx. There we go. Kinda doesn't quite match the curve there, but you're never gonna see it. With all of these carriers, your results are going to be so region specific. It just so happens that the hubs along the line where I typically get things are awful. By far, DHL is the absolute best for me. I almost always get my international DHL shipments early, or at least on time. And that's not a popular opinion. Most opinions I hear on DHL is that they are awful. Okay, almost done. And the last one. I don't think I've had a case where I've been annoyed at DHL. Go. Whoop. Okay, let's clean up this stuff. Been on this route for 13 years. Yeah, our UPS guy has been in our route forever too, and he is somewhat aware of my hobbies. Just get this cleaned up a little bit. Oh no, Maurice. That's awful. Okay, this is theirs. Let's go back to here. That's done. Oh, so that's going to go down into a rear catch and actually go in and stay. Lock the sub panel. Where? Oh, okay, that's those. That's kind of hard to see. Okay. Yes, let's go here and let's get our camera. Whoop. We're not going to be able to see the whole thing. I don't know that I can even, maybe I can lower this enough. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Hey there, Inch Kid. First time I saw my garage door open. I bring that. Alright, pull the other bit of that. And we've got all these stepper wires in the way. Let's try that. So there's a little groove back here. Okay, these are gonna have to unplug. Keep those on the correct side. There we go. And then there's these guys here that come out. Do I do that on the front too? I imagine. Front two, and then I don't want to mix these up. I don't know that it matters. They're probably the same length, but let's plug these back in. Whoop. Hi, Oscar. Okay, now stuff all over the place. All over the place. But our next view is going to need to be here. So let's see what we're doing. Hey, Brent. What are we doing? We've got a, I know that piece. Saw it over here. That's this one. I think it's that one. Might be this one. Got a couple of pieces here. Ah, it's this one. Okay. Logo LED and camera mount. I'm going to put some inserts in the ends. And then some inserts in a bottom. Okay, so this whole thing here is kind of getting us set up for, let's get a bunch of inserts. Just Oscar. Felix is not a shop kitty, it turns out. Oscar's the shop kitty. Okay, so we got this piece. This needs some inserts going in from this side right there, and then the bottom here. I think this goes like that with some inserts in there. Clean out. I got a little bit of yucco. So this, I found out, I'm getting some, here, let's see if we can get this to focus. Come on, focus. There we go. Getting some ugliness around some of these holes. And I went back and looked, and the little elephant foot compensation was turned on for this profile. I don't need that. I don't usually want that, but I think that's what caused that. So, yes. Only half the hair in the shop. Okay. Oh boy, let's turn this down. It's all the way, it's still at 275 from that annealed pet GF that I put inserts in the other day. I see. Always a good idea to have a 1, 2, 3 block around. There's some bits here that are keeping it from sitting flat. Drop that one. It is to be found later. Yeah, these I'd really recommend going through all of your heat set holes, guys. These are way too loose. I don't think there's, I suspect there's some inconsistency in the hot size of the holes that you're using. I just push that one in. Now, if that's a result of the shrinkage compensation I did, I doubt it, because I've seen a very different results depending on the part. Like this one was not nearly as loose as this part. And I bet you if you go in and look at CAD, these hole sizes are different. That's been a theme across the build. It's not been, I don't think they're quite right. CNC boot part showed up, nice. Okay, so let's get the camera. Where did the camera box go? Little latte panda. So what, coffee panda? USB cable and a little camera. So pull that little protective thing off the front of the camera there. These are going to be, I paused it right before it was telling me what sizes. So we have the camera, we have a cable. So let's undo this. And these are M3 by 16s. These guys. Here's my ruler. Hey, another CG. 16s. Okay. So, this guy, what is the... Having a hard time seeing the orientation here. The black parts make this really, really tough to see. I think that goes like that. Okay. And this guy like that, which means this plugs in here. This goes a little wire path here. So this is going to go in here, that like that. And then this guy, what did I say? Aha, there's a little indexing indexing spot that matches that. So so that goes there, and those little arms hold that. Okay, goes there. Yeah, that heat set, it tightened, but I also felt it turn one bump. This is going to his perch. Cameras tend to give off a lot of heat. There's even a fan, Tuxedo. This is a fan-cooled camera. Those. Excuse me. Goes on there. Oh. And then we have, oh, interesting. So we're blocking off some of the LEDs on the back here. Let's find that LED strip. LED strip was here. Got a nice source from our friend Shammy, designed by Blam. Okay, let's see here. This says to put this together like that, but which side gets the fan? Or does it matter? Here's a concern I have in the sequence of your instructions is the LED strip is being put on prior to showing which side the fan is going on. So I got to watch all of this. This is going to go on here. Then the fan's going to go on that side. Okay, so now we can use this little diagram down here to which side that's going on. So if this is, I think this is going that way. This all points into there. This is going to go on here. But we want this to be this way, to where it's 24 volts at the top. LED on the ends bleed through the logo printed part. Right, but the polarity, we have a big concern with polarity here, but we're explaining which way to orient the thing a little late in the instructions, I think. So now let me go back. And, oh, those were flatheads even. What size were they? Hey, Rick. M3 by 12s. Okay, this is gonna go here, and then these little shields just try to keep the light from bleeding through. These are basically your logo LEDs. My nose is not happy today. Okay, so now those are all shielded. These are going to shine on the front logo part. And then all of this. Okay, so that sets, okay, that's kind of cool. Oops, I'm gonna go here. So this whole thing, we've got some grooves here that notch into these pieces that are holding the, right? There we go. That's, I guess that sits right like that. Put this towards the back, and that'll shine through this diffuser here. Pushed all the way down. Now I've got some parts, printed parts. Where are those? These are in a different, here, and there was another piece. That other piece look like. Sits there so it's easier to remove. You want to service from the top. That's fine. I have no concerns about that. We go here though. We've got that piece, camera hood, which is right here. That dovetails onto there. And then I've got this piece, camera fan duct. Let me find that. We can put this on. Okay, there's not. That sits right there. And camera fan duct. Not in that box. It does not appear to be in there. Where is this part? I'm running out of boxes of printed parts. So okay. I had to blow my nose. Where is that part? Starting to run out of places to lose them. That. Whoa. These lids are slippery. Maybe I don't have it for some reason. I don't know why I wouldn't have it. That's weird. Okay, let's see. Where is this? GitHub, Vertigo, hardware, STL. Is there a camera? Auxiliary modules. Where is that? What folder is it in? Add that later. I will be done printing by the end of the stream. Well, I gotta find it first. What folder is it in? It's in top module. Camera and logo light. Camera fan duct. Why don't I don't have any memory of this. I have no memory of this. Okay. Let's see. Bring up here. Why don't I have any memory of this? No, let's not update yet. Oh, come on. Core 1. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna throw it at the Core 1 here, I think. But let's find the part again. I mean, I did a pretty good job of double and triple checking my print list for this, but I'm wondering something here. Camera fan duct. Yeah, that might be what tripped me up. You guys want to fix your part orientation on this one. I saw that in the preview and wanted to make sure it was coming into Prusa Slicer the same way. Are we? What do you want me to? What surface should I be putting this down on? I'm guessing here. Is that 45 degrees? It looks like it. Is that what we want? The Balin original. Is this our recommended print orientation? Let me find some of my Galaxy Black. Nope, that's PG. Drying? No, do not. I think I have some in the other garage. Let me go grab some. Actually, is it clear? I got it. I'm gonna throw this at the Core 1L. I'm gonna throw this at the Core 1L. Because Core 1L is about 1 billion times faster heat up time. Oh, come on. I don't have the same profiles here as I do here. There. I'm going to go print this on the Core 1L. I'll be right back. It'll take me only a couple of minutes. So you're saying I should print this like this. Say I should print it like this. This is where yours was printed. Okay, I'll be right back. Sure, you can stare at the printer. Okay, I'm back. I will say, a little aside, if you are a lifelong Windows user, I highly suggest not switching to Mac OS because it's awful. It's awful. That's my hot take. Mac OS sucks. There are so many little things that bug me. Like, it will not keep me logged into my Prusa account on Prusa Slicer. I have to log in daily because something in the keychain. I don't have that problem on my Windows machine. There are so many things that people who are used to using Mac OS are used to just working around. I love my iPhone. I love my Apple Watch. I hate Mac OS. It really baffles me. I've watched so many videos of people talking about switching to Mac, but most of those are from Mac users. Most of those are from Mac users that talk about switching to Mac OS and what you need to watch out for, because they don't catch any of the actual things that would bother a Windows user. I hate Android phones. I have one. I use it for work. I hate it. I will stick with my iPhones, but I am not happy with Mac OS. So that's not the only thing that sucks about it, not staying logged in. I need to go in and delete that from my keychain and see if that fixes it. But there's so many little things. Windows, multi-screen management is awful. There are, for anybody with RSI, any repetitive stress injuries, there are far more clicks and mouse movement required to use a Mac than there is for Windows. Hey, Joel. I'm a very strange open. I'm all about the usability. I think that Android is awful for usability. That's based on my experience. Here, let me qualify that. That is based on my experience using Samsung Android devices, which has soured me to using Android. Okay, this is printing over there in that orientation. It says it'll take 43 minutes. So let's move on. Let's move on. Index is printing. Awesome. Hey, Phil. I have just been living in this series. It's just been a series of little tiny pokes, little tiny death by 1,000 cuts on using a Mac. I'm powering through it. I'm sure at some point I'll get to the point where I've installed enough mods, because that's the thing. Every time you run into a problem with a Mac, it's like, well, you install this app that fixes that. No, that's not the way it should work. The thing is, you can't use an iPhone because of the lack of user control. I don't care. I need my phone to be a tool. And when it's not necessarily the capabilities of the Android that bugs me. It's just actually it's the lack of notification control, or at least the difficulty in setting notifications up correctly on Android that bugs me. The badges for notifications on apps is awful on Android compared to iPhone. Anyway, we don't need to get into all that. You got me fired up a little bit, but okay. So when that prints, we're going to put a fan in there and we're going to plug it in. That apparently just sets down on there. Is there extra bits of something that locks into? What does that attach to? What does that attach to? I don't see anything here that attaches to. Does it attach around the outside or what? I don't know. I guess we'll see when we get it. Okay. Z59. Z59. Is that this guy? What do you want? You already had treats. This guy. You already had treats. This isn't treats. See? It doesn't smell like treats either, does it? Z59. So how is that going to get routed? Is there something? I've never. I'll have to reset the whatever thing, and then some zip ties. And I'm just gonna watch this for a little bit. Hey, Belen. Then the other side. Okay. I'll have to reset the password keychain thing for that and see if that fixes it. But it's just all the little things. Mouse focus doesn't follow the mouse on a Mac. That's a fundamental thing that bugs me. You have to click twice. You have to activate a window, then you can interact with it. That's different. Fundamentally different on Windows. Those cables that extend automatically to the necessary length. Isn't it wonderful? Okay. $15.15 extrusion, got 30/30. Oh, did you order? You ordered 15 series, which is 1. Is it actually 30/30 or is it 1.5 inch? Depending on who you order it from, it's different naming. The 8020 is the company. That'll catch you real quick with them. Okay. Don't have enough room. Which is 24 volts on top. Let me just make sure. Yep, that's correct. So this is going to plug in here. And then this goes over here. These go up behind this. And then there's some zip ties. So let me find where I stuck the zip ties. Where are the zip ties? I'm getting to the point where things are starting to get scattered. At least it's pretty late in the process. How old is your Mac OS? I don't think I've come across that on Sonoma. This is very latest. It's the very latest. It's been up to date. Up to date. Where did I put the zip ties? I got them out. I needed to zip tie something. Maybe they're over here. Yep, there they are. Ooh. Pretty much just picked up a cheap... Oh, this is a laptop. I'm using a laptop as my Mac machine. Okay, so these go... Nice. I like zip tie channels. And I think one more. I also picked up... No, I have a... Hey, John. I have a M3 Pro 16-inch MacBook. But I was not expecting the level of issues I'm having with just the little things. Just the little things. Here, maybe, I don't know if this is any better. The poor Voron crew guys in chat. Fortunately, they're pretty used. Most of them use a Mac, so they've been really helpful. Really helpful with getting me through some of the most frustrating things. Okay, this goes up through there. This one goes up through there. It gets that out of the way. And then I suppose this other side, it's going to do the same similar thing. Whoop. That's probably better. We bought April an M4 Mac Mini. I was saying earlier, Phil, that tracking, FedEx tracking says I should be seeing it arrive on Monday. I'm not holding my breath because FedEx sucks. FedEx is worse than Mac OS. I do like the integration. I like being able to respond to text on my computer. Not have to grab my phone. And I'll get used to it all. I was just not expecting the level of the types of things I've been frustrated with. I wasn't expecting. Okay. And then these all come over here and I guess probably something like that. Let's trim all those. Forced on GNOME and Linux for work. You can do that with not the same integration. There's no app that's going to provide the same level of integration. It's hard to beat native integration. Index was eating Royale with cheese in Paris for 26 hours. Yours was at Legoland. Yes. I really don't think mine's going to make it here on Monday, but I do have hope for maybe Tuesday. So we need to chat. We need to chat again. Okay, where are we? So those are all zip tied up and out of the way. That's nice and neat. Let's see. I would be very, very, very surprised, John. It'll arrive about the same time because of time zones. I just wanted to go over here. Snapshot is not available. Oh, come on. Restart the camera. That's fine. Why is that not coming up? So I'm working on the shelving units in that garage. I did move my AP. So it's possible because it's in the opposite corner of that garage. I think I might have killed the connection to the camera. I was going to see what the progress was, but it looks like me moving the AP has killed its connection to the buddy cam. So whatever. I guess I don't get to check the progress. That issue with the buddy 3D cam once, never found the reason why. It's Wi-Fi. My AP is sitting right behind my monitors at my desk right now. Nice block, nice shield there. Okay, that's going along there. Just like that. I did the same thing on the other one. Unify thing will tell you for sure. Yeah, it's not worth it. I just wanted to, figured I'd do a quick check. Sold out globally. There's going to get one to put in during the rebuild. Oh, I have one for the printer it's going in. I am going to be short one. One of my core ones won't have a camera. Oh, okay. So that goes in there and that all gets zip tied. What are those? Oh, those are going on there. Okay. So let's grab another zip tie. And let's clean this up a little bit. So here I'm generally I'm a little disappointed in the labeling on this because it is important which stepper this is. However, it's just labeled, they're both labeled motors 3 and 4. And when you bundle these up and now which one is which after it comes through this zip tied bundle, how do you figure that out? How do you figure that out? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab, this is up here. This one goes to the front corner and I'm going to, because these JST connectors have a nice big area on them, I'm going to label it 0 because that's stepper Z0, front corner. So I'm going to just draw in here a 0. That's a very poor 0, but it's there. And then while I've got these, this one, I'm going to label 1. And this one is 2. And then this one is 3. That way, and I think this is going to be the theme of the issues with wiring this, is finding which cable, because they're labeled on the wrong side. So they're labeled on the wrong side. Most of these cables, the little Z15, Z59 is labeled at the device end, not the controller end. And I've got this. I want to make sure all these stay because this is not a bundle. So got this tangled up. Oh, and apparently I didn't get, because this isn't a, this is 2 separate wires. I didn't get it into the zip ties. So I need to redo, I need to rezip this. That's a bit of feedback I can be confident on giving right now on this build is the wiring. And that, why is that not coming out? The wire labeling needs work. Why did that not? What the? Okay, I'm not going to be able to get a zip tie back through that. For some reason, it's stuck in there. Let's see. Yeah. What in the world actually caught that? Maybe I can push it the other way. I like to make my own labels. Ah, okay, because that's why. It's because I cut it on the when I cut it with the Sharpie, I mean with the snips, I cut into the head of the zip tie, and that's what was catching. I was able to get it out though. That's good. Okay. Re-zip tie it, but with all the wires included. Pull this thing out this way. Oops, wrong way. That's feel like I need another way of reading chat. One of the most important things about this channel is interacting with chat. And when I'm this far away from the screen, I feel a little weird. Hey, Zarp. Okay, I didn't miss anything. Now, I'm going to take each side. So I'm going to do camera and LED strip. Then each side stepper. Line these up in here. Each side other stepper. Say zip tie channel here. Do those just kind of hang out on the back here like that? Okay. An iPad or similar with a pop-out chat URL next to the printer. That's not a bad idea. Heads up display Void Star Lab has. That would be awesome. That's what I want. Okay, that is the camera setup. That is the camera setup. So now we're going to go on to the electronics backpack. Whew, we got a lot. Are there any heat sets involved here? Probably. Oh, 14 of them. Okay. Assembly notes. When placing components, looking at the DIN rail assembly from above, electronics backpack base A with the slotted hole should be on the right, and the SSR should be on the top DIN all the way to the right. The step is only needed if you don't have the monolithic electronic backpack sides. A bit of glue is recommended, but not necessary. And then complete steps 1 through 34 of the wiring electronics backpack section of the wired guide before continuing. And then link to the remaining steps. What is this? Oh, okay. Let's go back. Let's just start watching now. There we go. Okay. Electronics backpack base. We are going to put a bunch of heat sets in, I'm sure. Okay, let's get these parts and start putting heat sets in. These guys. Oh, Oscar's been fine. Is Oscar... He's off somewhere else. He's not on his perch. Oscar has been well. Okay. We've got inserts into here and here. We're going to need a bunch of these, so I'm going to set the rest of the inserts off onto the hex tray. And let's get this. Yep, I did it again. I clicked outside of the screen. Thanks, Phil. I did miss it. It was playing. Hey, Black Locust Farms, welcome. Here and here. Let's get this in case I feel like I need it. I don't think I need it. These. I'll do that on both of them because I'm sure it's the same on both. Okay. Those. Same thing over there. We're gonna put the DIN rail. Oh, 3 DIN rails. And 3x8s. Okay. How many hex trays will I need for doing the index conversion? One. So I'm really liking this setup that I'm doing with this build. I like having a hex tray to organize what I'm working on right now, and then I use one of these. This Vertigo build has been complex. Lots of different fasteners. And it's really nice to be able to just go over here and grab from there. I'm liking that setup. I have one of these dedicated to all the Prusa fasteners. So when we do that, I'm just going to grab the Prusa box and put it over here. So, okay, where are the DIN rails? Bubble wrap and yeah. Okay, they're all the same length. Thinking two, one for holding recycled parts. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Hey, buddy. Okay. These go here and here. Is there a top or bottom? Okay. This one is slotted. This one is not. And it looks like we're working on the not slotted one right now. Yeah, those are a tight but not impossible fit. There we go. Little dead blow hammer. What was the camera that you mounted earlier? That guy. There's some part number information. And some specs. There you go. Here's something that I would probably suggest to make these easier to put in. These are not... I would probably take a file and just put a little bit on there. That'll probably make them insert easier. Just break that corner. I'm not doing a lot, just breaking that corner. I think that'll help them go in. Not going to redo the one that's already in, but the other end of it I will. I hit a soft spot. That there we go. Little bit of extra burr I created doing that because I could feel it. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, that's where that came from. This was sitting on the mill, and the mill has oil on it. I was wondering, where is this oil coming from? Is it coming from the rails? Nope. Came from here. Benny, welcome. Make sure I didn't get any all over. I have a little bit on the printed parts, but okay. Wipe it off. Happy Sunday. Yep. That worked really well. Hey, Andy, I'm doing well. Okay, M3 by 8s, it says. Looks like those just thread into plastic. Oh, no, not even. That just went straight on in. That didn't even thread into plastic. It just kind of went straight on in. This one is doing a little better job of threading. Not sure. That one went too far. I think we want this to be kind of flush with the slot there. Just as a, probably to make sure those don't come out. So I just want to thread this in until it's flush there, I think. I haven't looked that far in the instructions. Let's see what it says. It should be flush with the din rails. Yeah, Ahmed. Repeat for the other side. Now I'm curious. Yeah, I think that's okay. So let's repeat that for the other side. This will be interesting. Getting these all lined up on here. So I think we'll start kind of, oh, that way. There we go. Work our way along. There, that worked well. Andy, thanks for the gifted membership. Welcome, new members. And 3 more of these. Curious if any of the designers are here, what is your standard for a thread into plastic M3? What do you model that at? I do 2.8. I do 2.8. $2.85. Why 2.85? What's the 0.05? Why? The reason I do 2.8, we used to do 2.9, but when you have a horizontal hole, some slicers will interpret that at 3 or 2.8, depending on where it is in the part. So doing it at 2.8 with a normal 0.2 recommended layer height slicing, it ensures that you're going to get 2.8, either a vertical or a horizontal hole. At least for most cases. Okay, here. Now we are, these are up. Oh, what is this? SSR mount and fuse holder. Okay. SSR mount clip. We've got 2 of those. Okay. I've got a whole box of this type of thing. Probably okay to go a bit tighter too. We'll probably move to 0.2 under. Yeah, especially the thing I was just thinking about is the recommendation is to do shrinkage compensation. And so in my case, I think mine was 1.041 or something. So now you no longer have full control over the size of these thread into plastic holes. And you're also, it might be impacting the heat set stuff. That might be some of the thing I'm seeing there. Here's this piece. So we need this piece. And then I think there's a couple of these that are different. Is that what these are? Let's see what we have for these. We have some with holes from the top, some with holes from the side. Those from the top. That's from the side. These are probably the 2 that we're looking for right now. Everything else here seems to have them all from the top. Yep. Okay. You tested before shrinkage compensation? Yeah. But there's a big emphasis on using shrinkage compensation for this build, so it's a tough place to be. Too small and then drill and ream. Never happy with printed holes. Okay, so we got this guy, and this is here, and this comes in the side here, and these are, oh, and this is just gonna, okay, well, we'll see how that works out. What size were those? M3 by 20s. Oh. Yep. Printed hole guide tells me how many printers will print. Okay, so these go in here. So now we get to see how this is going to work out. Feels okay. These are threading into plastic. Yep, it stops. And that's kind of the gauge. I don't want to put too much torque on that to force it to strip, but it gets to a certain point where I'm putting a half a nugga-dugga on it and it doesn't strip, then I'm feeling okay. Okay, M3 by 16 and a couple of spacers. 3 by 16 for these guys. Spacer. I don't know that I necessarily want to build it. but I really would like to build some sort of go-kart or motorcycle, 3D print based go-kart or motorcycle. There's one spacer. What's the other spacer? Uh-oh. I have one spacer. I have one. It's very possible that I didn't print the second one. That one I'm would not be surprised. Little part like that either didn't print or lost it. Lost it somewhere. That's okay. I'll print that one later. The rest of the vehicle go-kart style. Yeah, well, that's got me on the train of thought is the spacers and Ivan Miranda and the stuff he's done. Okay. So I don't know if this is modeled to correct in terms of the orientation of this, but this is not the slotted side. Does this show the slotted side? Those guys go in there. That goes in there. It doesn't really show. Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that way. And we'll just put one of these on and I'll print the spacer and secure it with the other one later. I wouldn't be surprised if I just missed that spacer. Or it dropped off somewhere and I lost it in moving things around. But this will be fine. Okay, now we have this fuse holder. Where is that? What are you after, buddy? I'm gonna need all this stuff at some point soon. There's that. Ah, there it is. So why are we using, we have this. I guess we'll find out what this is used for, but this is an SSR mount. I'd rather do something, I'd like to do something like Ivan's first open source go-kart. That would be fun. What is ALCH? What is ALCH? What is ALCH? Okay, this goes here. What is, let's take the fuse out. Hey, the print job finished. How, this doesn't match with, I mean, that's okay, but it doesn't match with what came in the kit. Not sure. Alex Chappelle. Ah, yeah. Okay. Here we go. Fuse. Then this guy will go. Here, let's just. This'll keep it from rotating on there too bad. So I'll just thread that in a little bit, and that'll at least keep it from rotating on the part. Foreign style skirts. Some kits came without the SSR mount. We still needed a mount for the fuse. We made lemonade. Yeah, this is fine. the only difference here, so the main functional difference here is there's some level of heat transfer with this part versus this part. Yeah, this is some degree of heat transfer. I don't know what I would do if you wanted to combine those. You could probably do something where you did this spacer, but integrate the spacer to where this, the fuse holder, goes through, is the spacer. And then you would have to have a longer M4 screw in that case. Phil, if you're looking at a powered driver, huge, here, squirrel moment. No, not this one. I bought the Amazon Basics driver a couple of years ago and I returned it. And I couldn't remember why. This is basically the same driver. Basically the same driver. I bought the Amazon Basics one and I returned it and I couldn't remember why. And that little sticker's coming off. That's fantastic. So during Prime Day, this one was on sale for like $28. So I figured, okay, whatever. I'll buy it and try to remember why I returned it. And as far as I know, it's got a clutch. It's reasonably stout. It feels fine. No speed control. And Phil, you want to do thread into plastic, RC car stuff. You want a speed control. You want something with a speed control. That's the only reason I say no. For our purposes, you want something with speed control. Otherwise, this looks fine. I haven't actually used it, but it has a clutch, but it has no speed control. And when you're threading M2 screws into plastic, you want speed control. I love this one. It's not available anymore. This one has infinite speed, depending on how much you angle it. I can go down that slow. This thing's awesome. Unfortunately, it's not available. But any single speed thing is going to be too fast for what you're wanting to do. Okay. No, but the speed that you're going through, if you're going to be threading into plastics, you hit a certain speed, especially into PLA, you're just going to start melting PLA. The clutch isn't going to help you there. Hey, Maker Viking. DCF 680. Find one of these. These are absolutely fantastic. It's got a little conversion. My ES15, is that what you're thinking, Holtz? Died. It doesn't work anymore. I hardly used it and it's not working now. Hey, Garrett. Hey, BBs. Anyway, back to this. So Robin mentioned that the Omron, whoever, does not consider this a heatsink, and that's absolutely true. I just figured for any degree of heat transfer that it provides. The other thing is, these in our application, because we don't properly heatsink them, are severely derated. So this says here that it is a 20 amp. This is a 20 amp SSR. No, when you don't put it on a proper heatsink, this is like 4 amp. It might be 5. What's interesting is the 10 amp one is like 4 amps in our application. The 20 amp one is like 5. It's not 10 or 8. It's severely, if you look at the data sheet for it, it is severely derated for our application. I mean, all of that is going to help another CG, but as far as spec derating values, you need their big heat sink in order to get their full recommended current. Okay, we're putting this on. Orientation of the frame, slotted hole, and hook feature. Okay, so there was a 153. There's a note here. 148. When placing components, looking at the DIN rail assembly from above, electronics backpack base A with the slotted holes. Hey, that's a good call out. Should be on the right. Should be on the right. Okay. Left, right. So here's with the slotted holes. And then this guy goes on here. And I think pushed all the way over is what it says, right? The SSR should be on all the way to the right. There we go. Hey, Deanna. 700 watts at 120 volts is 5.8 amps. I haven't gotten that far, Phil. I don't know. Okay, so there's our first assembly note that we wanted to pay attention to. We've got that in the right spot now. Okay, AC power plug DIN clip adapter. So we're going to put 2 brass inserts into that. It's this guy here. Then we're probably going to grab a couple of those DIN clips and M3x45s and some hex nuts. Okay, this is probably a good thing to do that because this has some force on it. Okay, a couple of DIN clips, some hex nuts, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 45 millimeter. These guys. These are longer than Voron spec. Yep. Yeah. 1, 2. Let's put these here. 3, 4. They are longer than Voron spec. Yep. By a little bit. Okay. And then if we're looking at the instructions here, just the orientation of those DIN clips, I want to keep that consistent. So let's see how well these, yeah, those are nice and relatively tight in there. That's good. Just use the screw here to assist in pressing those in. Oh yeah, giveaways. We have an hour and 10 minutes till we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. Pin post in the description. Your DeWalt, yes, it is gyroscopic. It's fantastic. It gives so much control. Need to fix that note. Slid all the way to the right means where the plastic starts on the DIN rail holder. We have a component that will have some volume conflict with the SSR's location right now. Got it. So I want to just shift this back to, right there. And this has to, there. Right, like that, right? Okay. Next week, can I do a giveaway on my new Solar Fuego sauce? Yeah, you can DM me. That's fine. Next week, I'm not streaming. Next Sunday, I'm not streaming. I'll be at Open Sauce. But the following week, okay, so that goes there. Then we're going to put the power plug in there with M3x8 flatheads. And that's going to go on the bottom one. Hey, well, Jackie. You stream next, that is. Okay. A bunch of these cables I want to keep together. Okay, so this guy gonna go on like that. Is that these guys or these guys? Fridge full of hot sauce already? Yeah, these guys. Last two of these. Wasn't since he did the build videos on the big robot head. Will's content isn't stuff I gravitate to. Okay. That's on there. Okay, PSU DIN clip adapter. One and the two. What's this? Yeah, it's Open Sauces next weekend. So if you're gonna be there, find me and say hi. I'm going just on my own. I don't have a booth, so I'll just be wandering. Okay, we have these guys. Electric screwdrivers, cheapo, and I'm looking for something better. Yeah. Do you have larger hex trays on printables? Looking for something for Lego pieces? Nope. This is all I've published. You can scale it up or check in the remixes. Are these labeled S1 or S2? But that's pretty easy. M3x8s and hex nuts and the things going that way. Okay. Why don't we do this? What happened? Okay. I'm gonna need lots of hex nuts, so let's just get a bunch of them out. And then we'll need 4 M3x8s for right now. Where did this? Ah, that's why. Wrong spots. And we need a bunch of these. I'm guessing. Oh. Oh. And let's grab one of these, because I think what we're gonna do is sit here and put a bunch of these in. I like the enclosed high voltage mains box. 4-inch should adopt that. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so these go this way. Bunch of the stream. Cat got out of the garden. Now doing emergency fixes to prevent him from climbing. Power switch inlet setup. You talking about this? Well, I'll probably have the little guards and stuff in the next, like I did for the tri-vent build. Probably integrate those. Things like that will be looked at. Mentioned recently that you're coming up to West3D. Have you been yet, or when is that? I need to bring the more bagels. Would be nice if you could. Oh, that would be awesome. We will be up there the second weekend in August. Okay, M4x6 flatheads. Let's grab the power supply. We already double checked that the voltage was correct when we did the unboxing stuff. So 4x6 flatheads are these guys. Hey, Kenneth. See if I can make that work. Awesome. Okay, this goes here. That means that this flips around and goes here. And you know my shrinkage compensation is on point when a long part like this lines up perfect. Right? Andres, you out of here? See ya. Have a good one. No one else have a pity that thinks the cat when it comes. Oh. Go on, how do. Okay, so that is there. That's there. How do you calibrate your shrinkage compensation? I use the Vector 3D Cali lantern thing. Okay, so there's a PSU support bracket. So this is gonna go on here. This goes, oops. I don't know how far over that goes. Did this tell me to put this thing on? The question is, which way does the wire go? Because I don't, did this actually tell me to do that? Back here, that goes there. It did. But it would be handy to say where the wires go. Where the wires go. Okay, so I've got a PSU support bracket. That's the springy loady thing. Springy loady thing. Wires go up. Okay. Wires go up. So up. Let's push these. There. Goes there. This is the PSU support bracket thingy. Push those in. The electronic, yeah, it's a backpack. It sits on the, it sits upright. But we're about to put a little support thing here. I think this is probably going to go like this and spring load and kind of just hold the end here. That's how I think this goes. Okay. So then I think this probably snaps on there and then you push it over to support it. And we're gonna push this, there we go. Where it's snapped onto the end, and now that holds that pretty good. I like that. Yeah, it seems pretty solid. Let's see if it goes. Oop, oop, oop. Oh, the focus. Okay. This is about to do what I just did. On. Go in and then slide over. Now, what it doesn't say there is when you slide that over, it doesn't automatically clip around the end of the power supply. You see that it's got a little lip to actually hold it to where it holds it in both directions. That's what I was doing when I was kind of pulling the spring back to get that clicked in. So. I don't know that I would suggest pushing on it because it's not really look like it's designed to that. I think it was just, yeah. Okay, next. We got the Manta M8P. Put this out of the way and grab the mounts for this. And probably grab the Manta. So what do we have here? That one goes that way and that one goes that way. And we... Oh, heat sets. Heat sets into the bottom of that, and then some DIN clips onto there. Okay. Oh, let's let that play for, there we are, 10s. Okay, heat sets. Okay. And 2 of these. What mistake? When I was building my SolidWorks a couple months back, I ordered a CM5 from my usual electronics place. I sent you a 16. Ooh. You know, my take on any of that when that kind of thing happens is I do my due diligence and I send a message. If they want to deal with correcting it, then that's up to them. But 99% of the time, they don't. And then my conscience is clear and I can go on. Why are these 10s? And the rest of these, why are these 10s and everywhere else we've used 8s? Like here, this says M3 by 10s here, but there's no difference here on the other places where we've done the same thing. It calls for 8s. 10s are fine here. But I'm just curious what the difference is. Putting these on. Have you seen a Prusa Core 1 mini project? I saw, isn't there a blog on printables about that? I haven't really looked super close. Oh, hey, buddy. Going to your perch and you knocked my... Yep, you knocked my phone into the cascade. That's okay. This may be a typo. No, it's fine. As I said, it's fine. But it's different. That was a cascading effect. Am I going to run out of 10s if I use 10s, or should I switch to 8s? There's my 8s, and there's my 10s. Am I going to run out, or should I switch to 8s? I mean, I'm not going to run out because I have a ton of 8s. Otherwise, I'll just throw some 8s in here. I'll just throw some 8s. I can always supplement. Because I have a bunch of 8s. I don't have quite as many 10s. So if I end up with extra 10s, that's not a bad thing. Index upgrade stream series after the Vertigo? No, I'm not. I'm not waiting until after the Vertigo, Tuxedo. The Index, Core 1 Index upgrade series will be a weekday series. It'll be this week, assuming change the video label to 8s. Okay. Okay, I just switched them out to 8s. If I end up running out of 8s, we'll know, and you'll know that more changes are needed. The plan is to collab with Down Under Maker here on the Core 1 Index build. That'll be a lot of fun, and we'll probably do it multiple days in a week because we don't want to wait weeks to to use them. So this will be a little flurry of streams here coming up during the weekdays. I need more drink. I did, Tuxedo. I did. I think when you have folks like me buying one and doing it anyway, the best approach Prusa could have taken is just to make sure people are aware it's Founders Edition. That's really what they should have done. It's just it's a Founders Edition. Make sure you label it well. Go for it. I think they've tried to exert a little bit too much control for the community. Our community doesn't like that. I want as little downtime as possible. Yeah, I don't blame you, Phil. It'll be a get it done. Is a heat set flush tool worth the money? That's a good question, Lone Star Operator. I would probably say no. If you have a good heat set press and a good eye and maybe a flat piece of metal, you can do everything this does. It's a very cool product, but if you don't just want a cool tool, it does get into places tighter than just a flat piece of metal. But yeah. She knows I've been waiting months for this. Okay, back to this. We got these on. You got a stealth press and a ruler. Yep. Once are these 10s or should this have been 8s as well? Okay, let's do a little bit of prep on this. Is it designed to cool off the heat set quicker? I don't think it's going to cool any quicker than any piece of metal. You're talking about this much mass. I mean, threading it onto a stainless screw when I remove them gets it cool enough to touch within seconds. That you were talking about, much appreciated. Oh, yeah. Maybe keep the 10s, I don't remember. That's fine. I do want to go and grab the Pi, though. The compute module. The compute module I have right here is the one without Wi-Fi. I mean, Founders did not really preview release, and they're planning to send out Prusa retail right after. I completely understand their concern that the instructions at this early stage are going to be potentially different from the full retail versions, but you just mark, you just notice people that it's the Founders Edition. I get it, but it's a little bit of a miss on not knowing the way the community is. I will be right back. I'm going to go grab the actual compute module because it's at my other desk, and I'll grab the part that we printed. Not quite in agreement with Grant on that. But if you sent a free, terms and conditions seem fine. So concerned about, yeah. This turned out really good. Printed on that surface. A little bit of VFA. But turned out really well. Okay, now the Wi-Fi enabled. Okay. Oh. Pull these little. Okay, get all those out. Careful, that pie is probably more expensive than the rest of the electronics. Okay, these little things are offset to the bottom. So we're gonna gently set this down. And we're gonna press straight down. Then it came with, where is it? It came with the heat sink. Where, aha. Hey Elvis. Hey Femby. Came with a cool heat sink. And, ooh, a screwdriver. All kinds of, is that anything there? All the stuff. Okay, I have not, are there any instructions for this? There's lots of hardware. Couple of, I assume we go here and here, or the other way. Actually, it's there and there. You cool the memory and the chip, I'm guessing. This goes on there like that. So knows how long do you think a regular nozzle will last with PCCF? Not long. Not long. But small parts, I mean, if you consider it disposable, might as well try it, right? The PSU chip on the Pi 5 gets pretty toasty. Yeah, I guess I don't know which chips. Is it this group of chips? Because this is a Broadcom chip. This is the, I don't know what that is exactly. The Wi-Fi stuff. Is this the where the other one should go then? Because this looks like probably all the power supply stuff. Is that where that goes? Put it down there. That matches all the height of these, because this is the thicker, like that. that way. I'm gonna go that way. So the two I got in my kit on the CPU and the RAM as well. We'll go this way. Oops. Getting the... There we go. Well, it only came with these two. So I'm just going to go with what it came with. Heatsink does not have a fan. Well, there's some ducting that blows on the heatsink. So, and then I think we probably use these little standoffs here. And then is this a 5.5? No, it's not. Not 5.5. It's not 4.5 either, so I can't use my fancy MIP. It must be 5 millimeters. Yep, there it is. And I'm not even going to use a driver on this. I'm just going to put them in with what I can tighten it by finger. Well, this is a little different. This is just a little thin heat sink here. So I think, yeah, I think that's... Although it doesn't quite reach the, it doesn't compress the CPU one. So I don't know. Maybe we don't use the heat sinks. I mean the standoffs. It's not making very good contact. It was not. I'm thinking maybe these little spacers, nylon washers, I'll put those on there. They're not going to be enough, but it'll, you know, if we do something like that, it just doesn't stick to this power very well. Let me get my head in the way here quick. Comes with a little screwdriver. I don't know where this, it doesn't, I don't know. I don't know if this will actually go through. No, that's obviously not right either. Because those screws aren't long enough. Yeah. Those screws aren't long enough, so that's not working out. So I guess we'll put these standoffs back in and hope there's enough contact with the CPU once it's tightened down. No, we got thermal pads on there. Are there instructions that I'm just missing for this? this on. Put this on. I think we'll be okay. Onto the connector on both sides fully. Oh yeah, I felt it. I felt it seat. It's a CM4. Let me let this shift around in here. There we go. Yeah, it's not super squished anywhere. These standoffs are just too tall. Standoffs need to be another millimeter shorter. That's what it all came with though, so. Oh. There's no standoffs in between. See, the CM4 is plugged directly in. It's the standoffs for the heatsink. And it needs them for this heatsink. So the alternative is I could find the right length screw and just put pressure on each one, but it didn't come with anything that is better than what I've done here. So we will leave it. Oh, will that work? No, I don't think that would be any better. No. Okay. There are standoffs. If we get any reported thermal issues from the compute module, then we'll revisit it. How about that? Okay, that's on there. Are there any? I'm not going to do any of that here on stream. It is what it is right now. It's potential I can print some spacers that are another millimeter shorter later, but we'll see. We shall see. I will deal with that later. Ooh. Let me open this in a new tab. Is there anything here on? Oh, hey. That looks familiar. And, oh, okay. So that's the extent of the instructions. Install the compute module and heatsink. But what I wanted to do is double check all of my jumpers while I have the board here. Looks like the Waveshare CM4 heatsink searching up has some instructions. Well, there's only so many ways this can go together with the hardware provided. So there's that. Okay. Let's turn this over. Yeah, we need to do some jumper selection based on this diagram. So we are going to start with our fans. Hey, Rod. So basically, we're going to set these. Oops. We got two different size jumpers here. 1, 2, 3. Is that correct? That's all right. Oh no, I'm in the wrong spot. Here. There we are. Here. This is the Manta M8P V2.0. There. And here. So we're setting all those fan voltages. And then we got a little jumper here. This is the CAN bus 120 ohm jumper. So that's a small jumper. And then there is the bed fans here on the end. Say jumper. This is the enclosure LED is what that is. And these are E-panel fans. And then down here for the steppers, I'm going to put the first 4 into UART mode, 2209. So that is here. And that's on the first 4 of these. First 4 of those, but then the next 2 are, yeah, let's see. We skip 1, and then the next 2 are 4 to put these in SPI mode for the 5160s. And there's 4 jumpers each on those. Almost screwed up. Almost screwed up. Okay. Let's see. Pull that one off. Put this. Got to put the jumpers on the right way. If we don't put the jumpers on the right way, then it's all going to be wrong. Luckily, I only missed a couple. You played around with 36 volts rather than 24. I have not. I've was just talking to someone about that the other day, actually. Okay. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah. See, all the jumpers are going the right way. This is important. Not quite as important as belts, but okay. So that is all those, and then we have to put on the stepper power set to high volt. Input from the 24 volt. So here. Oops. It's backwards. There we are. There. There. A lot of steppers for 36 volts over 48 when you consider amps and arcents. Okay. And then one more jumper. Here we are. There. Okay. Anything else? I think that's all the jumpers. Just the steppers, being someone that has done a lot of work on different steppers and the preferred voltage and amps based on our sense. Hey, Color Prince. Ooh, Colorado, Kansas border. Have a safe drive. Okay. Then let's get the stepper drivers installed. It's a good thing to do also. Oh. This is fancy packaging. A little separate spot for the heat sink and okay. So these guys go on here. Our heat sinks for those. And we have our 5160s. Okay. Now that is going to inform us the direction that these heat sinks go. These are 2209s. 2209s and 5160s. I'm looking for that board, but should I avoid using CP2? What is CP2? There we go. This only has a 24 volt power supply, so it's going to be running them at 24. Ooh, a little bit of a bent fin there. All better. Well, it really depends on the steppers. I'm pretty sure these are the ultra powers, right? On X and Y, A and B. These are superpowers. These are superpowers, so they will run better at 24 volts with 5160s than otherwise. Better mean I made a jig to get the heat sinks the same and centered on every driver. Nice. There we go. Okay. So that is that. And then we've got terminal block stuff. Okay, so let's go back over here. And we're going to put these in 3x10s. And which... Okay, so these are a little different. And I think these go like this. So they're slightly different shape, you see. But that's to account for this screw is just slightly lower than this one. These are both at the same location. So which way did this go? This went like this. Yeah. You would be current limited on those stepper driver types to use 5160s properly. Okay. Stepper 1 looks 1/10 of a degree off alignment with the other three. Let's kind of shift it a little bit. This one's off. That one's the one that's off. The other ones are really good. That one's off a little bit. Come into there once, use them as external versions. There we go. That's better. Away. Neat little boxes. Okay. These. This goes on to the center one. And we get a peripheral connector block. Okay. So let's go. Start to build up a nice little go in the trash. Peripheral connector block. We got a couple of blocks, so we'll grab them. We'll grab them both. Rest of these. Hey, Mr. Excuse. Surprised no one has made a stepper heatsink fin alignment tool. Apparently Phil has. Ah, they're different. Are there any of these that don't have? Ah, nope. Those are all hex. Are there any more? These are hex. Are they all the same? It's just you thread those in the other way? It must be. Okay, because this... Oh, drop my glasses. Because this has us sending the screws up from the bottom. Rated for 60 volt by DMs. 48 volts torque on the table compared to 60 volt. By 10s. We need 4 by 10s. This is end stops. See ya, Slimohan. Get drawn for the filament. Go ahead and give it to the next person. Well, you'll have 2 minutes to get back. Okay, so all of these have the hex nut spot on the bottom, but I'm guessing we just send the screw in the other way anyway. It's better than having a unique part. I'm not concerned. Yep, that works just fine. I just wanted to make sure there weren't any special ones for this. Okay. That is on. That's going to clip onto there. And the other one. This is going to clip down here somewhere. This guy is the same thing. So same thing. 2 of these. 4 of those. So I was planning on revisiting or continuing work on the VZ bot on Wednesday, but we'll be working on Core 1 Index instead. When we're done with Core 1 Index, I do want to finish off the VZ bot by doing a little bit of tuning. We'll just do a Wednesday night doing input shaper tuning with the cartographer and do some of the print tuning tests in Orca Slicer. So okay, so that's this one. And where is it going? On this top rail, I'm guessing. Don't know exact. Oh, all the way over to the power supply, it looks like. Okay. Okay, now we have all these terminal blocks. Where are those? Those are in the box over here. Terminal block black, and terminal block gray. There's a box that can go away. I have not water cooled it. I have all the stuff to water cool it, but I have not. Okay. So we have a terminal block. And 2, 3, 4. How many? Oh, okay. Four blacks and 4 grays. So I've got a bunch of them. Need 4. Okay, I think I want to start with the grays. I'm not shifting them as much. 2, 3, 4. There, right next to the power supply. Don't know exactly. This is kind of lined up the same way this was over here. I don't know if that's exactly where it goes or not. 2. These are nice and tight. 3. Any rumors of an LDO PSU with 48 volts yet? I don't know. I don't know what's what's allowed to be said there. Take that for what you want. 1. I don't know. My Index Trident may or may not be running 48 volts. Thanks, Phil. Okay, so there's that. 4 grays, 4 blacks. Four more there, and then a DIN rail clip. All on its own, and then every other one for a bunch. Okay, all the way to that. So let's work our way. We will work our way the other way. Something like that system would be good to adapt to the back of a big 2.4. Jose mentioned it. Okay, good. So my Trident is running 1. My Index Trident is running 1. 1, 2. Looks like we have. Okay, so 3 grays and a black on either side. So this is the 3rd gray, and then a black, and then a clip to separate them, and then 4 blacks. Working with Jose on something fun. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. This is fun. Looks about right. Okay. Oh, 2. Okay, so we're filling this spot here with 2 grays. 1, 2, and 2 blacks. then 2 grays. Ooh, will this fit? Yes. Perfect. Okay. I don't think there's any difference between the black or gray. It's just color, and it helps you distinguish which one is which along the line. But we may be jumping some of these. So let's see if that's in the next bit of the steps. Yep. So we're gonna go 3 bus bar connectors, and those get terminal bus screws. So I've got another thing in one of these boxes of all that stuff. Where did those go? Yep, that's this. So, dim the lights on all. We've got some cool little labels here. Cool little labels that can go in here. See? And then we have our bus bars. And then the screws that hold them down. So, we need to take one of these and we need to break off 3 pairs. Now, I'm not sure what the recommended method for this is. I would not recommend using your nice, I think I'm going to grab that and see how this breaks. I'm just experimenting. Yeah, I'm not really thrilled with that. That works, but it left an opening there. That'll be okay. Let's put that in. I'm going to experiment with the methods here. Put this one on. I would not use your nice side cutters for this. Oh, we do have 1 more minute until filament giveaway. Thank you, Zeta. So use some heavier duty. I'm going to use these. This is what I was using to cut M3 screws. Just some heavier duty side cutters. We're gonna make sure we identify every piece we cut off, and we don't do it right over the power supply. It's filament giveaway time. Let's let's give away some filament. Wheel of names. 80 bits of metal NXT. Well, I told you guys about the time I picked up a power supply from underneath my desk here. I've got some miscellaneous components here. Picked one up and there was a rattle in it. And when I got it out, it was a tiny bearing from a linear rail that was inside of it. Hey, Maker Viking. Okay, let's see. Polymaker filament giveaway. Oops, we got to do this first. How many times are we going to reset the count? Only 2. Only 2 times. We are only going to reset this 2 times. Get your entry in. You must have it in 3, 2. Get your entry in. 1. I don't have to reset. So that's the flaw here. If you're waiting for me to reset twice, then I just, here's the first reset, by the way. And the second reset is gone. 3. That's the final countdown. 2. 1. Last person gets in. Are you going to get in here before I hit save? I'm about to hit save. Okay, everyone's in. How many people do we have here? I haven't checked. Current bit rate is lower than the recommended bit rate. What do they recommend? 6,800? 6.8 megabit is what they recommend streaming at? Okay, we haven't had any in that whole time. Done. They recommend 6.8 megabit. I'm only on 12 up. And I'm only paying for 10. It majors at 12. Steve Clark, you got in first. Who got in last? Who got the last one in there? Spanner. Brian, you were second to last. Morden, you were third to last. You can do whatever you want with those, Phil. Oh, no update on fiber. They haven't even started digging. So I've got to forget about it for now. Here's our people. I've got to forget about it for now because otherwise, I mean, it'll happen when it happens. There's nothing I'm going to do that's going to speed it up. Let's just do a number between 1 and 17. Never gets replaced. Exactly. My connection is DSL. It's 50 down, 10 up. My connection that I'm streaming on right now is dedicated. I pay for a dedicated connection because my gigabit with 30 meg up cable connection is worse. Oh, let's see. Clifty, you said 5. We'll do 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and spin. Appsmanster. Appsmanster, congratulations. But are you here? Appsmanster. Get a timer going. Come on. There we go. Appsmanster, congrats. Yep. No other options here at the moment. Appsmanster. Gotta say something. Are you here? But yeah, if you didn't hear, I mentioned, I got a notice on my door a couple of weeks ago that said they're bringing fiber into the area. They've got a permit that they'll be, it was basically a warning they're going to be trenching and that it'll be here once that's done. Appsmanster, you got 1 minute and 10 seconds. Are you here? Don't be surprised if we randomly cut something else. I hope not. Appsmanster. I should call in and check on the check on it. Appsmanster, you got 10 seconds. Big roll of fiber in our street for that. Nice. I'm looking forward to seeing them start working. Okay, Appsmanster, sorry. 1 through 10. We didn't, oh. Ha ha ha. You are here. Okay. You got it before we started a new countdown. Congrats. That was close. Okay, let me get this sent. Nick of time. There. Congratulations. You will have an email here in just a moment. Okay, you should have that email. If you don't get it, send me a DM. But you should be good. Congrats. Let's clean things up. Unpin. And delete the delete it from the description. Awesome. Congrats. Now we're back to cutting these. Where'd my cutters go? I want to cut these right on the edge. So we end up with that. There. Cut this out of the way. Throw that away. I saw you. You should have an email. Congrats. You might not be live. I'm guessing you're not live. Cable in my area is Astound. Used to be Wave Cable. Okay, so these 3 pairs are done. Hey, I have kept track of every little piece that I've cut off. There we go. Okay, we're gonna go here. I'm gonna get this right here. Then I'm putting my finger here. End up with it there. I missed one. Okay, so let's get back here. So we did those 3. Those 3 pairs are done. Oh, and then we have 1 through 6. Get to label those. So I guess we cut that off of there. Maybe we just, there we go. Then will that go on? Oops, that didn't like that. There we go. Oh. There, 1 through 6. Fiber here is government-owned utility and sold by retail resellers to end users. Everyone gets the same connection. Just up to buyers to find the retail with a deal that best meets their needs. Interesting. That's not how it works here. Okay, now we're going to skip over to here, and we're going to, those are just straight through. So we're going to go 1 through 4, and then 1 through 7. So we're going to cut off 1 through 4. through 4, and then 1 through 7. Through 7. Okay. Then we're going to go and tie these together, 4 and 4. Got a 4 here already. So what was left over is 4. You have 8 gigs up and down. Does your network support that though? Can your network support that? Nice. Okay, then we need to grab 4 here. So it'll be easy to track. So you want to make sure that you don't just leave a tab on the end of these. Like that one, I was just noticing it cut kind of at an angle. It's not touching, but I'm still gonna file this down because it was bugging me. Don't file over your power supply. But anyway, if you cut those wrong, they can touch in between if you don't cut the little bit in between them. So pay attention to that. I have been paying attention. I just didn't call it out until just now. See, you can see down in there, those are far from touching each other. But if you just cut it without cutting the middle out, especially if your cutters squish it a bit, you could short between there if you're not careful. You have a note on that in step 4? Nice. Okay. So that's those. Hold on. Stop. I don't have more labels. It did not come with enough labels. I only have the 3. I don't think I missed. They all came out of the same thing. Well, now I dropped them all. But mine didn't come with enough labels. Just an FYI. Did the extra box come with any? Nope. Mine didn't come with enough labels. Not all the labels came in the kit. Okay. We'll leave these Yeah, I don't really want to just label them however. They did not reset the count on the smaller ones. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do, just to cover up these connections, because that's kind of nice, is these are just gonna be 7, 8, 9, 10, and 7, 8, 9, 10. And I can do something with that later. Oops. There we go. We'll just cover those up. That's fine. Okay, so there is a single piece for this. I had already printed these, so I am not reprinting these to make it single piece or in order. I don't think it really matters. The 2 piece is fine. So we're going to take this, and that's where those other pieces go. That piece right there. Locks them together. That's kind of neat. Little carpentry tricks there. That goes together there. And I was wondering what these were for. Now the question is, does it matter which way these go? That looks good. Now it's locked together. Plastic nails. Now, I think I have another one of those that's hanging around, not where it's supposed to be, because I've seen it. Because I think we do the same thing on the other side over here. Let's see if it's in. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay. Never mind. I put it where it was supposed to be. Cool. Nice and strong. Nice and strong. Couple of heat sets in the top. And the fans. Okay, so let's throw the heat sets in here. These go in the outer holes. And then we have a couple of fans. Where are those fans? Got 4 of these guys. 40-20 axial fan. So we have hot end fan, or HEF, I guess. HEF. They're all HEF. Are they all the same length? There. There. Looks like it. Yep, all the same length. Okay. So, if we look at this, we're going to put this right here. That just pushes in. A bit of a good friction fit there. This one goes right there. Those are pretty good fit. Okay, what are we doing here? Those go in there, then that goes on top, and then 3x25s. What were these other ones? Those are 12s. Those are 12s. Go in there. Then 3x25s. Okay. So 12s. Are there holes through here for the drivers? It looks like it. We can get a driver through. So this is just staging these fasteners. Now the question is, do I need to space this up off my desk now? I'm going to assume so, and we're just going to do it. Grab some 1, 2, 3 blocks. So now all my tools can roll underneath the work. There's an image in the notes. Fans came wired incorrectly. These need to be wired. Oh, okay. Oh, they're all wrong. So I need to switch them all. Okay, that's fine. Thanks, Feta. Feta? Feta, 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 Feta. That's fine. I can do that after this is on. The 25s. That's these on the end, right? Yep, 25. That guy goes all the way down there. That guy goes all the way down there. This goes on here. There we go. Only 2 are currently used. The other 2 may someday be used in the top module to exhaust warm air and speed up cooling. Got it. Okay, so we are going to pull this, hopefully, pull that back a little bit. Ooh. We're going to get our X-Acto knife. Push this in and there. Push that. Red is out. Yellow is out. Black is out. Okay. So now we get these out, and then we're going to very gently bend these back. Remember, you only get to do this about once. And any time after this, you can expect them to break. So now going off of this picture here, we're going to put black then red, then yellow. Little, where's my, still have a small screwdriver out here. Nope, that wasn't it. Just a little small screwdriver so I can, is this the one I was just working on? Nope, this one. Just go in here and just kind of make sure these are pushed all the way in. There we go. Now that one's fixed. This isn't indicated in the video or notes, but the fan should be blowing inward. It will be ducted and directed at the, yeah, I saw that. And I figured that this, if you pay attention to the component in the animation, it's correct. So you can tell which direction they should go, but a note would not be bad. Balin should be able to sit flat when the sides are on. There are recessed holes that allow the stage fasteners to poke back up in. Oh, I see that. Okay. Yep, I see that. So I don't need my 1, 2, 3 blocks here. Okay, now I got to do this to the other one. So I'm just gonna try to pull this heat shrunk label. Sometimes just kind of wiggle. There we go. Just pull a little bit extra. I wonder if this guy will work on these. Spacing should be right. Yeah. Yeah, that worked. Okay, now it is black, red, yellow. Basically just move the black over to the other side. Black, red, yellow. Yep. Okay, those are fixed. This tool. So this is a J-Ready. So this is the same company, at least on Amazon, that sells the magical microfit pin remover tool. It's just a JST. It's just but it's got nice sharp edges. So you can usually get in and get the JST pins out. It came in a little set of other ones, but this is really the only one I use out of it. For this other stuff, I use these. Okay. Now we did that. This, oh, the board gets pushed all the way over into that opening. So we're gonna push this guy, yep, right there, just up against the edge. And then we get access to all that stuff on the end. So I'll move these out of the way. And we're gonna do the same thing over here. One, these are all slotted though. 3, 4, and then 2 25s to bolt this guy onto the end. Now I think this, since those are slotted, I think it's a good idea to hold this up, at least for this part. Ah, this whole thing needs to... So this is still a little too far over, which means everything needs to move over just a little bit. Just move all of this, and we can tighten it all back up. There we go. Just move all that over, and then we'll screw this thing on, and then we'll move everything over to it. Tiny dinner fork. Okay, now I don't know if all of this just goes up against that now. That all looks fine, I think. Is that on my Amazon shop? I don't know if that one's on the Amazon shop. I'm awful about keeping that up to date. There is a link in the description. That is my Amazon affiliate. It's a general affiliate link too, so it doesn't have to be on my shop to be useful. Okay. So that's on. Check docs for wiring diagram and cable spec. Wire the electronics. Hold on. What did that say? Not enough time to read it all. Check docs for wiring diagram and cable spec. Wire the electronics panel before continuing. That's slightly too quick. That's slightly too quick. Okay, so we need to wire stuff before we put these on. So there's this. We need to go through and check wiring docs. Is that the link to the remaining steps in the complete steps? One is this. Oh yeah, we're at 655, 648. Wiring the electronics backpack. Open a new. Wiring the electronics backpack. Okay. We did this. We put the compute module on. We set all the jumpers. Do you check the PSU input voltage? Twice. I did it twice. I did it when we did the unboxing of everything, and I set it. Then I checked it today. Well, that's interesting. Did I put this other side on correctly? I don't think I put this other side on correctly. Let's go back here. I think... Here. No? Yeah, I put it on backwards. I put it on backwards. See? The flat side. This is the recessed side. I kind of assumed the recessed side went out, but then I was looking at this and I noticed the recessed side is in and the flat side is out. So let me reverse this real quick. It's up on spacer. That would just where everything goes. Oh. There we go. Okay, now everything is tight up against wherever. I don't know if that has to go all the way over there, or if this can go and kind of hang out in the middle here. Yeah. Now it's flat on the end. I got a little bit of stress mark still there. I can get rid of that later. Okay, wiring. Install the terminal bus bars. We did that. Double check that each bus bar is cut to the correct node length. Trim any excess. Oh, here's where the little more documentation there on that. Trim any excess material between the bus bars so they are not close to touching. When finished, it should match the image above. When finished, it should match the image below. Hey, John. John, are we going to see you at 3D Printopia this year? I got all my stuff booked. I got my hotel and my flight. Okay. Of course, nice. Not okay. See, we already covered this. Install terminal block bus bar fasteners. We did that. Install the covers. Install the terminal block number covers for terminal block can and terminal block bed. We will leave the others uncovered for the next steps. Oops. I'm going to see you at Orange County Maker Fair, John. Awesome. Or are we just all confused? Check the fuse. Check the fuse amperage. Fuse, not fuge. Fuse. Where's that screwdriver? Pop. Here it is. All confused. Okay. What should we have here? This is a 10 amp. 10 amp. Yep. Okay. It is 10 amp. We have the correct fuse. Put this back in there. Check the fuse for the bed fuse. Should be a 5 amp fuse. Do the same thing. Nope, it's a 10 amp. It's a 10 amp in there. Is that... How do you know if it's a slow blow? Does that matter? No idea. Do we have fuses? Care package. Care package fuses. See, I thought to check. Are you proud of me? Fuses with little filament holder. Isn't that cute? What are we having here? Here's a 2.5 amp. Don't need that. There's a 5 amp. There's a 5 amp. Okay, so we're going to put that in there. And then the other one we have is a 10 amp. So there's a 2.5, a 5, and a 10 that came in this little cool little 3D printed holder. Gotta remember, I still have a USB gender changer. Or an M4 screw in there. Okay, so following along the pace of the build, we have the correct fuse for the bed and the correct fuse for main power input. Check PSU's AC input voltage switch, which we've done three times now. I've laid eyes on it. Okay, now we install a bunch of cables. So I'm going to have lots of, what are these? These are Z0. Here we are. Okay. This is going to be a little tight. We'll figure it out. Z1, 2, and 3. These. Z1, 2, and 3. We're going to do those. So how are we going to do this? I think we're going to try to loop this around. So these guys can go over here and out of the way. I think we're going to probably want this zoomed out. Hey, Kim. We are going to loop this underneath, I think. Okay, nothing's going to fall. Okay, so this I think we're going to loop under, and the one on the end, so we're going to lift the tabs on the end. Okay, so this side on each of these. So we're going to lift, and the end one is ground. Quite a bit of room underneath inside of that. Yeah, there we go. We're able to tuck that up inside of the little cavity there and keep this nice and neat, I think. Okay, so that one's there. And then red is the next one. I'm going to make sure that these go all the way in. That's the tug test. Not going to be able to get great views on these. Okay. Those all seem pretty good, and that there. And I don't have any extra hanging out anywhere. That looks good. Then we have see 1, 2, 3, and then 11 and 12. 11 and 12 are in here. That's these two. 11 and 12. We're going to the middle here. These are ground and V plus. I grab my proper screwdriver for this. Got our PB Swiss tools proper driver for these terminals, and these are full ring terminals they're putting on here. So I've got to pull this all the way out. This is pretty, Femby, this is pretty typical LDO stuff, doing the pre-done wires. This is voltage plus. So that guy's gonna go back in there. Ah. Then I'm just making sure that I put the, you know, the thing down the correct way. Okay, and these go over there. I don't know if there's any. It's like this one goes here. I am noticing, and I noticed over here, yeah, I guess that's okay. It goes in, and then it pulls out a little bit, but it's just the play there. I don't know what we want to do with that, but we'll leave it like that for now. Okay, so that's step 10. I kind of like this built wiring what we can right here on the bench. Because once you get to the other stuff, it's going to be fun. Okay, now we're going from here to here. So 4, that's these guys. Z4, 5, and 6. Voron soon fix. What do you mean? Loses them in PSU. Okay. Let's see what we want to do here. I think we'll start on the power supply. That one is live. So red. Oops. I'm going to just plain lose them. Neutral. And ground. Okay. Now, I think take these around and through here and up into there. That's gonna go right here, here, and here. Go. Tweezers and put some pressure on that. There we go. And then red. Go. So this is all the way in there. You see Oscar? Oh yeah. Okay. And then the last one. Oops. Maybe. There we go. Okay, and that tucks right along there, goes underneath and plugs in. Okay. Those are all nice and connected. Now, repair multimeter, always test continuity. What are we doing? Check for shorts. Why would we be... Oh, that's why they didn't want us to put those covers on yet. Check for shorts between AC live and AC neutral. Okay. I mean, we can do it right here. Nothing. That's the same as doing it here. Nothing there. Just making sure. Okay. Check for short between neutral and AC earth. I did that. I bounced between those just now. The other combinations. Check for shorts between DC. Do it real quick here. Nada. Nope. Okay. Risk of incorrect wiring. Oh, yeah. Yep, that's fine. It's also good to make sure we don't have any little bits that are shorting on the bus bars. I mean, I wouldn't consider it a skill thing. If you think you're skilled, you don't need to test it. I would test it regardless because you don't know what might have not gone together correctly in these or something. Hey, Danny. I think it's a good idea to go through all this. What are we checking? Check for continuity between the live and the power. Okay. I should have left this on. So live and here is not correct. I'm not getting continuity. Well, that's good to check. Switch works. Switch works. Did this say to turn on the switch? It didn't say to turn on the switch. In my defense. Power's disconnected. Set. It didn't say to turn on the switch, and the picture has it off. Actually, the picture is opposite of my switch. Mine is on this way. The picture is the other way. Switch works. I might as well check the others. Oops. Yep. 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 Yeah, you might. It may not be as immediately apparent to all that you need to turn that switch on for that continuity test to work. I just checked earth. Earth should be, protected earth should be connected whether the switch is on or off. So, prepare for first power on. So is this just so we can check output voltages? Don't wire electronics in a cluttered area, yada yada, see magic smoke. Yeah, so this is just, we're gonna plug in power. So I'm going to lift this and make sure I have no tools underneath. And we are going to grab these wires that are free right now. So that's something to maybe note here. You've got 2 wires that are going to need to know where they are. Turn this off. We can grab our power. There we go. Sure I didn't move anything into the way. Let's get all contained. Okay, now we turn it on. Get a little green light. And then we're just gonna check voltage. Switch our meter to a voltage reading. And we're gonna come in at an angle here, come in at an angle here. You're gonna have a bad time shorting out there. $23.98. Set voltmeter to DC. Connect the voltmeter leads. Yep. We could bump that up just a little bit if we wanted to, just to hit exactly 24, because why not? Power this off. I think I'm going to turn this about 1/16 of a turn. On. Wow. That's a big old difference. Okay. I'm going to do this, and I'm just going to turn this. I did not turn it that much. That's interesting. There. 24.05 sounds like a good round number. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to go through that. 23.99 was fine. No need to adjust if it's 23.99, 23.98. That was not necessary. Okay. It works. Now it says install the covers. That's off. Unplug it. Okay. Now we've got... It might have been. It might have been fine. So we need cable Z13. That's not here. What is Z7? This must be bed or something wiring here. Z13. Here we are. Okay. Z17, 18. So we're going to need a bunch of some of them out of here. A little more critical to check voltages if you're powering a Pi with a 5-volt supply. Got it. Okay, we got a bunch of these. I'm just taking the wire wraps off. These are all ground connections. So this is all the gray wires going to that black terminal block there, which is going to be really tough to get to with the get wired in with the controller in place. We're going to end up doing all of these and this number 3 over here. Okay, so this guy here is probably, this is Z19, and that is really hard to see. Oops. Those are really hard to read as to which is which. I'm assuming this is Z19, but that probably needs some work. $13, $15, $17, $19, $14, $16, $18, $20 is what this is along here and here. So I'm going to say the ground side here. This is going to go over to here. That's 19. Let that kind of go along there. So now 13, which is the shorter one. Nope, that's 15. This one, 13, is going to go to the bottom here. So we're going to pop this off. And yeah, this is a little tough to get to, so I think we're gonna pull this off. Pull this out. Pull this off of here. These are the only ones that are going to be tough. So we're going to put 13 in here. Close it. 15. This is 15. And 17. This is nice to have it separate. That's absolutely true. Okay, I'm gonna let those go under now, since these are the only ones that were really in the way. Let's make sure this stuff is out of the way. And put this back on, and then push it back into its place. So now, at least the label is on the right side for this. we're gonna go 13 goes here at the bottom, and that is a motor power ground. These don't really matter where they exactly go, as long as they go to the ground connections, but the wire lengths are a little different on them, so it will make for cleaner if you pay attention. So 13 goes there. This goes back in. That goes there. And then 15 is the next one. Those are just making nice little loops. And then 17 is the next one. So it's basically every other one, 13 through 17. Those are just making nice little loops there. They're nice and clean and organized. Having electronic separate. Oh yeah, here. If I right click here and open a new tab. Aha! There you go. So I got it correct. 13, 15, 17, 19, and then the even numbers of the 24 volt side. Okay. Oops. Don't think I need that one. Okay. And I don't need that anymore, or that. There we go. And then 14, 16, 18, and 20. So that's the same type thing. So 20. So that's this one. And then these. Do the same thing. Except I'll run this. Oops, that one goes on the end. I'm just gonna make sure that's fully inserted. Click that. Goes over here. There. Runs along there. And then 14. That'll all do the same type thing. So I think I'll do these one at a time. Hey, Donovan, we are building a kit, printer kit. This is the AutomatedLayers Vertigo. So designed by AutomatedLayers, kit by LDO. Actually, I'll change that a little bit. Go here. We'll loop into there a little better. So right now we're working on just the electronics part. Aware of any new printers? I don't know. I'm not. I could be that I'm not thinking of. Okay. And then this one, we're going to go through all of this. So that makes it a nice and little tighter loop. This one goes into the end. So Donovan, in the description are some links that show the whole project. Yeah, and these are all nice and looped around. All of them are looped pretty well. I actually want to redo this one. Do the same thing that I did with the others. Just moving that right there. Goes down and under. There. Now all of those are looped pretty nicely. Would like to be another printer, but needs to offer something different that I can make use of. Oh, are you looking for another project? Okay, so that is the power going to the controller is done. Now we have SSR. Okay, so we have a, just move these, kind of bend these back a little bit out of the way. So that must be these Z21 and Z22 are the okay, Z21 and Z22 are the gray and yellow going to the input. So this is, so what we were getting at earlier, Balin or Feta, the documentation earlier wasn't clear on which direction to install the SSR. So I got it backwards. So I need to flip it around because according to this picture, we need the input on this side and it's backwards in the directions. Any reason for rings over spades? Not that I know of. I think it's just their preference, what they ended up going with. So we're just going to put this way. This other one is just here until I can reprint that a spacer for this side. Now this whole thing will pop off for now. And then we're going to do this. This one. That hanging for a minute. This one. Now the fuse wires into all this. That's a good question. We'll see. I haven't gotten that far in the instructions. Is it covered? I get the question. Ah. This is a little fiddly. Oh, no. Got it. Darn it. There we go. Is that covered somewhere? I haven't actually looked yet. These guys are going to go under here. And under here. Oh. So this is just the input. So we're fine with wiring these up. The yellow one goes to the bottom. We'll be installing the fuse shortly. Okay. Okay, so that's bed out. So that is completely wired. We can close that up. These just run underneath here. Just run underneath the power supply. It's fine. Okay. Now we have Z7. Let's be in here. Yep. Okay, so Z7 is going to go to the middle here. Z7 goes in. There. Here. And right into here. Okay. And then this long cable goes up to here. So it goes from SSR will loop around this way, go under the bed there. double loop there, and then into there. This will go back. Still have our fuse here. But since this is all connected, we can put our cover back on here. And we have a ground and neutral. Okay. So ground and neutral. These are labeled. So this one is just labeled G on one end and Z09 on the other end. Same thing here. So I'm taking the G and in to this terminal block, and then the number to this side, because I think it'll be easier to identify where it should have been here, and then troubleshooting what's documented here. If that made any sense at all. So we got to go to the end and the end. This goes. Both of these go under. Z08 is not. That is my. Oh, I did that one wrong. That's why. Okay. Different from what I just said I was going to do. Okay. So these two go here, so just trying to make sure they don't. There we go. Okay. These two are now going to come up here, go into, this is Z08 right here, and Z09 right here. Okay. A bit big with the rest of the printers. Okay. Next. And I think that is this step. So we have our two red wires there, ground and neutral as well. So then we have some shorter cables here, Z23. Some of these here. Short cables going to this stuff. Okay. Z23, 24, and 26. What are these? This is Z32, Z25, Z24. There's one. Z24. Anyone seen the commercials for the Metal X printer? What is that? Z28. Z34. Z23. Here we go. Z23, 24. Now we need 26. Z26. Okay. So those go there. So now let's open this image in a new tab and zoom. This is what we're looking at. Z23 is can. Can's there, and it's going to plug in okay, green. So that's these two. So let's flip this. Yeah. So I'm kind of rolling this to where it rolls into place. Kind of naturally rolls underneath the board there. And then 24, it's this guy. Kind of rolling the wires to loosen the heat shrink so I can pull it back a little bit if I want to. 24 is right here. Same thing. We will roll this. This is over here, 3 and 4 it looks like. Yep. 3 and 4 over here, Z24. Those are not polarized. Okay. Same thing, those kind of roll underneath the board. And duplicate wires for people that don't feel comfortable with AC power. Put a DC barrel heater, bed heater in and get rid of the fuse. Fuse wire goes in the same way. Hey, Kyle. And then Z26 is over here. Z26 is on the end here. This will plug in. Here. Oh. Okay, there we go. That's that step. Okay, so that's those 23, 24, and 26. So now, assembling peripheral blocks. Oh, these guys. Feed cables through peripheral block. Connectors should be held snug by peripheral block when pressed into place. Evaluate the fit. Too tight, stop and reprint. Good fit. Part snaps into place and is secure. Optional, apply labels or indicators that apply zip ties. So let's see here. Before zip tie cables and next steps, you can add indicators or simply the Z codes. So where are these? This is the 45. Here's one of them. Let's see. Before zip tying cables and next steps, you can add indicators or simply the Z codes on the connector with Sharpies. On what connector? Did you guys add this? did you guys add this? So we've got Z45 here. That's going to go in and get buried, but you don't know what this side is. Might have enough. I have a sharp side. Z07 being mislabeled on the graphic. Z07, oops. Z07 is right here. Oh, I see. I see. So the fuse there's a mistake that needs updated. Didn't catch it. Z07 wire is a duplicate. Simple cable and fuse. The graphic needs to be updated. So there is nothing here specifically for wiring in that fuse. That fuse goes in place of this. So this is labeled Z07. So we need to pop this back off because we're running AC. Well, but it would work fine. It's just not fused right now. So we can take this guy off. This guy plugs in its place. I want to take this over the top, not underneath. So that's going to go there. And this is going to go on here. And this is going to... I was wondering how this was going to wire in. See you, Neil. This guy comes off, and that's gone. This can go that way. That can be yeeted. And then this guy gets up in here and plugs in right here. Nope. Okay, that better? That better. Now we've got a fuse in line with the load on the SSR. Okay. Now we're dealing with this stuff, and I'm seeing if I've got a sharp enough or fresh enough, sharp enough Sharpie to label the other side of this. Z45. So I'm going to say, nope. Nope. That is not, yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing there. Let's see if we can do it with this side. Very lightly. 4, 5, 45. Okay. Now I want to make sure need to make sure I don't rub that off with my finger. Now this guy comes off of here, and this, where was I? Right here. So 45, we're gonna test our fit here. Since that one's there, Z45 should go right there. And it should go with the little features up. That looks right. So Z45 in here and go right there. I don't know how, if that's too loose. It does, how, hey Nemi, how tight should that be? Should I try printing that with no shrinkage compensation? Reprint that? It's a little loose. Maybe a drop of super glue will do it. We'll leave that right there. I'll probably just reprint it with no shrinkage compensation and see if that makes a difference. But we'll leave that. So that's, where are those wires? Ow. Is that where all these are? Yep. Oh. Yeah, that's what I'm not thinking that super glue would be a long term. Ooh, lots of wire. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is just take these one at a time. Doesn't matter which one it is. That one's 36. So let's label the other side. $36. This one is 41. Actually, do it on this side on these. I'll do it all in the same spot. 41. Oh. This one's 42. 42. 40. Super glue will work fine for on this part, but it won't stick to the connector side, I think is the concern. This one is 44. 44. This one is 38. 38. 39. 37. 37. 43. Okay, so that is those. What is this? 35? I'm imagining that every one of these is going to need to... I'll leave those for now. Okay. So this is 43, 44, 42. There's two of those. So 42 was up here. Those are a little loose. I'm going to try reprinting those. It's not a big deal. 44 is down here. Yeah, that would be an option. is I could blob up some hot glue on the bottom. Yeah, I could do that. I just bought, and we may be able to do that here on stream then. Then 43 in the corner. 43 is right here. Let's try that. Let's try that and see how it does. So if we hold all those and then just put a couple of good globs of hot glue there. Where did I put my nice new? I put my new hot glue stuff. I just bought a hot glue gun. Where did I put it though? That's a good question. I need the gun and the glue. Can't be too far. Yeah, this is a acceptable use, I think. I just have to, I have not actually, I don't remember laying eyes on the glue stuff recently is the problem. This only works if I can find it in a reasonable amount of time. I don't know where it is. I don't know. I just only because I used it when I was, what was I working on? What was I working on? I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. What was I using it for last? I was gluing, oh, I was gluing the foam together for the Voron 2 Serial 0 that went to England. I was gluing the packaging foam together. I made my own fitted foam and layered it up and glued it together with hot glue. And I actually bought 2 glue guns, but I don't honestly have any clue where I put those. So it's not worth me just keeping looking, but I think that's probably the solution here. That'll work fine. I just got to figure out, I know I placed them somewhere. I placed them somewhere that would make a lot of sense for past me. Past me didn't know current me very well. Because I have no idea where past me put it. Okay, where are we at? What are our next steps here? Oscar probably does know. We got to put these two together. So this is kind of the next part. Or basically, oh, okay. So are there some zip tie spot? Oh yeah. Yeah. So there's some zip tie loops here to get all this stuff kind of in its place. But before we do that, we need to glue those in place, I think. Because those just, as soon as I pull that over that way, they just, I think that those need to be glued in place. I might still try printing those a little different. But we have that, and then we have the one for this big old monster here that we have to do the same thing to. So. And then all these get plugged in. For sorter retrievability. Oh, I need a spot for something first. In order for first order to work, it needs to have a spot. I have a lot of things that have spots, but not everything has spots. Except further away, it's now in China. Let's see if mine has moved. Let's see if it's moved. Okay, so that, and then we have all the stuff coming from here. So basically we're going to be just wiring these blocks up next, and then we're going to put it on the back. So I think what we're going to do is call it here. Mine is on the way to Memphis, but it was just picked up in... No, it arrived in Memphis. Mine has arrived in Memphis. As of 1:23 this morning. So maybe it will be here tomorrow. Yeah, talking about the index, Core 1 index stuff. Okay. I think, like I said, I think this is a good place to call it. What I will do in between streams is, I guess I have 2 weeks because we're not streaming this next weekend because I'll be at Open Sauce. So I will get these blocks all either reprinted and snapped in place or hot glued in place. And then we will work on going through this other stuff and putting it on the backpack and all that things. But this looks pretty darn good. I like this. Being able to work on the most of the electronic stuff here on the bench before we put it here on the boop, on the back. So there's some heat sets here. This is where this thing's going to be bolted in. All this stuff is going to have to get moved out of the way. And it bolts on right here. Well, Kyle, I have only seen a picture. I don't know what anything about them other than that. There's an Oscar. 2 weeks to find your glue gun. Yes, that's actually still, there's only like 2 days to find my glue gun because I'm going to start next Friday. The next Friday. I had a couple of PCs where I can build on them. Completely out of the case. Yeah, same here. Yep. Now it's in. Wow. Okay. Thatcher wire gives you anxiety. What wire? One of these? Anyway, if you're going to be at Open Sauce, hope to see you there. Otherwise, remember, not streaming next weekend, but keep an eye out on my channel and Down Under Maker. We'll make sure you know when we're going to do the Core 1 index build. So, that will be starting very soon. They're both on their ways. And when they get here, we'll get that going. So with that, take care, everyone. If for some reason it doesn't get here by Wednesday, we'll be working on the VZ bot. So one way or another, we'll be streaming by Wednesday. Yeah. Take care, everyone. We will see you next time. Enjoy the build. Bye.